one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we're going to have open public hearing on the permanent transfer of funds. And Dr. Williams, would you like to guide us through this process here? Okay, can I have a motion to open up the public portion of this hearing for the permanent transfer of funds?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Sanders.
Second.
Second by Board Member Anderson. Roll call, please.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Mr. Teray.
Aye.
Secretary's aye.
Motion carried. Now, Dr. Williams, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Yes, good evening. Included in your packet is information relating to a permanent transfer of funds of $1.1 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund. It is past practice for the board to transfer funds in this manner, and you may recall that upon receipt of the Capital Development Board funds, they were deposited into several different funds with anticipation for moving those out and into the Capital Project Fund once the board determined what projects would be approved. The hearing is required by law, and a public notice was issued on Friday, May 29th, as required, and this hearing is required prior to adoption of the resolution, which is farther down in the agenda. I'd be happy to address any questions regarding the transfer.
Yeah, at this point, public can ask questions or any concerns or comments regarding the permanent transfer of funds. Board members, do you have any comments or questions?
My question is, what are you transferring the funds to use for? What are you going to use them for?
Yeah, she said, what are you using, what are you transferring the funds for?
The funds will be used for expenses associated with secure entrances that were put into several buildings last summer. Talala and ELC were two of the buildings. The total amount was $1.1 million, and it was for summer projects that were approved by the board for last summer.
Any further questions?
So these were part of the life safety issues that we had to take care of? Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's combination.
Okay.
Combination.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'd like a motion to close this portion of the public hearing regarding the permanent transfer of funds.
Moved.
Moved by Board Member Teray. Second by Board Member Gas. No. I get it. I'm a rookie with this, okay? Galbraith. I'll get it. Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Secretary.
Okay, Mr. Teray
Aye.
and Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith, and Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
and the Secretary's aye.
Okay. Now we're back into the public comment section of this meeting. And we have one public comment, and that is from Mary Bragg regarding CMEA demand to bargain better. Here you go, Nate.
Good evening, Mr. Cunningham and members of the Board of Education. The formal request for starting opening bargaining is actually called a demand to bargain. So this letter is to inform you of the formal demand to open bargaining for the Crete-Monee Education Association. We would like to start the bargaining process as soon as feasibly possible to complete the collective bargaining agreement in a timely manner. Thank you for your consideration in this manner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on with our agenda. We have good news report. Retirement recognition of, if I pronounce this right, Jane, that's Shelton, the Crete Library, and Balmoral Elementary recognition of volunteers for Guys on the Fly and Girls on the Run program. Okay.
Superintendent Cunningham, Board of Education, and Crete-Monee 201U family. As I always say, I have to be the most lucky and blessed principal in the whole world because I am the principal of Crete-Monee High School. We have an amazing student population, but none of this is possible without the support we receive from the board, the teachers, the parents, and especially the community members. This evening, I am fortunate to present to you the Administrative Director of the Crete Library, Mrs. Jane Shelton. Mrs. Shelton has been amazing and has been all the way under the radar. She may be one of the best-kept secrets in our community. She has been a librarian here for a couple of years in the Crete, and she's been a librarian in a few other places. And I hope I'm saying the title correctly, librarian. I think I'm encompassing everything in one title. But beyond all of that, she runs a very special program called the Coffee Connection. This program, she has taught many of our students, those students with special needs, some of the students that no one in the world advocates for. She has a special calling where she takes them and is teaching them some very good personal and interpersonal skill sets and disguises it by having them sell and serve coffee to local community members at the Crete Public Library as well as inside of Crete-Monee High School. So on this evening, to celebrate your retirement and to say that we're going to miss you even though we barely know you, but we appreciate what you do from afar, we just wanted to present her with a plaque and a Crete-Monee letter. So if you didn't receive a Crete-Monee letter last year when you graduated, we want to present you with a letter right now. So here's the Crete-Monee letter. We got to smile pretty, come on. And we also have a plaque.
Just so that you know, I've worked with Ms. Schulten. I'm Sandy Jeffrey, the transitional coordinator here at the high school for the last 9 years. And she had a vision that nobody else I don't think anywhere in the south suburbs has. She wanted to do something for our students. She got a grant. She put in this amazing coffee shop at the top, second floor of the library. If you have not been there, please take the time to go up there. During the year, they're there from Monday through Thursday, 10 to 12. The students work making the coffee, serving the coffee, interacting with customers, bussing tables. I can't even begin to tell you. And what they learn, it isn't just work skills. It's communication skills. It's interacting with the public. It's how they feel about themselves. And these students, when they graduate, that's all they talk about. I was part of the Coffee Connection. The parents are excited about it. What they have learned is all due to Ms. Schulten. She had this vision, and it's something that's going to be permanent in our community. We can't thank her enough. She's going to be remembered. What she's given to our students can't be measured. And I hope her retirement is wonderful.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge somebody else here tonight, and that's Bridget Calgaro, who has the camera there, who is really the person who spends every day with the students and has really made this coffee shop work for many years. I want to thank the school district for continuing to support this project. It has lasted almost 14 years, which is just amazing. We've had so many kids come through, and I'll tell you, to have them greet you Monday morning is really the best way to start your week. So I hope when school starts up again and our kids start in again that you'll come and have a cup of coffee, and next fall that's what I'll be doing too. So thank you very much.
You can, wait a minute, board members can have something.
Yeah,
to say.
Principal, just hold on. Any board members would like to comment? Any comments? Any comments on the retirement? Don't leave just yet. There's some comments. Don't leave.
Ms. Schulten?
Ms. Schulten. Yeah, listen to all these positive comments from the board coming your way. Okay. I don't know if we can give you another plaque, but any additional comments, Board Member Anderson?
Thank you for everything you've done, Jane. For all the years I've known you, it's been a privilege for me. Hang in there and have fun in retirement. Don't do what I did.
Anyone else? Anderson?
We appreciate all the hard work that you've put into what you've done over the years. I know as a resident, as a parent, I've had the opportunity to come to the library, and my children have tried their best not to treat it as a playground. But I tell you, you've done a great work. The community has been tremendously blessed and enriched by all the work that you have accomplished. We really appreciate you, and we're going to miss you.
Okay. Board Member Galbraith? I'll get it right.
She told me it's Galbraith.
I would just like to say thank you. There's nothing more important than a book to a child as far as I'm concerned, and your library goes above and beyond everything they do for the children of this community. Thank you.
And I, too, remember you when my oldest son, who's 23, was in the Tremendous Twos program, and so you've been there a good piece of time, and I just want to celebrate your every success and your future endeavors. And I've been there several times with Ms. Calgaro, with Coffee Connection and My Chai Tea. They do a great job at getting that accomplished, and what a wonderful work that allows them to have life application skills. So thank you very much for your efforts, and I wish you the best in your future successes. Thank you.
Okay. Jennifer Gaspar?
Congratulations on your retirement. And I have not had the opportunity to come and see this in effect, but I definitely think that that's something that I will do. So thank you, and enjoy your retirement.
Superintendent?
So many times you hear it takes a village. It takes the people in the village to think about others besides themselves. And we can see with all the work that you've done, you're always thinking of our children. And we so appreciate that and the hard work that you've done. Enjoy your retirement, and again, thank you so much.
Okay, I was told that there's no such thing as a retirement for someone like you. You just redirect your energy. And I don't know if you recall, this has been quite a few years ago, I actually was a bad boy in the library. And that's probably not surprising to most people, but I was actually getting ready to get thrown out because I was talking too loud, and you stepped up to the plate and prevented that from happening. That's been a long time. I didn't have the gray hairs, so. But thank you so much, and I guess the last thing I'm going to say on this, I guess there's going to be a Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks right now, right? Because when you overseeing the Coffee Connection and all of that, everybody went there to drink coffee. But still continue to do what you're doing, but just kind of slow down a little bit, okay? We wish you well. Thank you. Okay. All righty. Balmoral. Okay.
Dr. Harding, before you leave, Dr. Harding, I want to challenge you that you are the most blessed principal, because I feel that as the principal at Balmoral, I am the most blessed principal.
I call it violent in the workplace.
To Superintendent Cunningham, to the board, to our central office administrators, when we talk about a village, this is Balmoral, this is our village, and we're going to share with you how we are so successful.
Okay.
Can we go move?
Do you mind if we come down and take a good look?
Please come down.
Okay.
Right there. Stay there. So, Assistant Principal Van Kyken and I have waited all year. There are a lot of good things that happen at Balmoral, but we wanted to dedicate tonight to those that make it successful, that don't have to, that do not get paid for the services they have. There are 5 separate groups that we're going to go through as quickly as we can. We have our big dogs, and I'm going to ask that they stand, Mr. Smith, Mr. Turton, and Mr. Gardner. These are our male volunteers that come in at least once a month, at the end of the month, to mentor our scholars, to work with their academic, to work with their self-esteem, and to just help support whatever our scholars need. So we applaud you for your work. Thank you very much. To our PBIS volunteers, we have 2 parents that serve on our PBIS committee. I don't see them in the audience, Mrs. Toth and Mr. Beeman. They come to our monthly meetings and give their input on how to make Balmoral more successful. We also have our PBIS volunteers who run our school store every single month that help us celebrate with our scholars for every occasion that we have for celebration. Those are Mrs. Dillon, Mrs. Hester, Mrs. Harlick, Mrs. Crepton, Mrs. Tarker, and Mrs. Toth. If you are in the audience, can you please stand? We have, like other buildings in the district, we have the Girls on the Run program, and this is run by our staff. These are staff members that do not have to do this. There's no stipend for it, but they work with our girls and their self-esteem, and so we congratulate Coach Thompson, Coach Bynum, Coach Campbell, Coach Dorr, and Assistant Coach Nash. If you're in the audience, please stand. And my Girls on the Run girls, scholars, please stand also. We just completed our 5K run in the rain 2 weeks ago, so that was a very exciting challenge. Here are some quotes from our girls. We asked them for their reflections. Girls on the Run taught me strategies to deal with problems that occurred in my life. Sierra. Girls on the Run helped me to be more confident, happy, healthy, and more active. Brooklyn. Girls on the Run was the best thing that ever happened to me. One reason is that it taught me how to control negative and positive self-talk. Another reason is it taught me how to encourage others and myself in time when it is needed. All in all, the Girls on the Run taught me many things and gave me experience that I will never forget. Marissa Vesti. Now, based on that data that we look at from our scholars and what their needs are, and again, our staff taking a hard look and saying, what do our scholars need? A program was a spinoff from our boys that needed additional help. And so Coach McLean, Coach Harris, Coach Walls, and Coach Duran, can you please stand? They created Guys on the Fly. Again, this is our staff who did not have to put in this extra time. There's no stipend for it. They do it because it is what our scholars need. And here are their reflections.
So a couple reflections that stood out from our Guys on the Fly. I am able to be me. I broke out of my shell. I'm inspired to do better at all I do. I am brave now. I made so many new friends, and I know anything is possible for my future. Thank you.
If you are Guys on the Fly, one of our Guy scholars, stand up, please. I didn't ask our Guy scholars to stand up. Thank you, Elias. We do have many volunteers that come out each and every single day for us. One of our events is we had 60 volunteers out for our field day because that's how many it takes for us to run an awesome field day where our scholars enjoy themselves. And we welcome all of our parents, whether they want to check on academic, social, or any volunteering that they want to do in our school. However, we have one volunteer, Mrs. Harlicka, who 4 times a week, she's in our library. Whatever we need her for, she comes every single day, every single event. What do you need? You would think that she was a paid employee. I promise you she is there all of the time. She asked me last week, am I coming in on Saturday? I told her she had to stay home. We know volunteers are not paid, not because they are worthless, but because you are all so very priceless to us. Nothing teaches our scholars hope, kindness, courage, and compassion like helping others. We do have a small token for you, but there is nothing in our hearts that will be ever to thank you for all that you do for us. We so appreciate you. Thank you.
It's always good to hear, and again, this is a compliment. I believe it was our superintendent that brought this portion of our superintendent with the good news, brought this portion to our board meetings to recognize and acknowledge the good things that's going on with our district. You know, so often we hear all the negative things, and again, we do not lack that, but the good things, this is just what it's all about. It's about our kids, it's about our parents, the volunteers, and the workaholics out there. It does me well to witness what I witnessed today. So, any other board members?
First of all, Mrs. Herdlicka, I don't know if you remember, but before I joined the board, I was a substitute teacher in the district, and on a couple occasions I was the substitute librarian at Balmoral, and when I got to the school, I asked them what I was supposed to do, and they said, oh, there's going to be a lady down there that will tell you what you need to do. And I thank you for that. As a parent in the district, I'm always glad to see that there's other willing and able parents to help out. I'm on the PBIS committee at Monee, and I know it's not easy. So to all of you that do as much as you do, I thank you very much.
I, too, commend each and every one of you volunteers. Volunteerism is at the tip of the iceberg. For my heart, I do it on a consistent and regular basis because I, too, agree with our Principal Perkins that you cannot pay a volunteer. There's just not enough money in the world to do it. But the jobs, I was at a school a couple of weeks ago for 8th grade graduation, and a capstone portion of a piece of the graduation. And one of the students said that my teachers and the volunteers at my school didn't just teach me subject matter, but they taught me through the wisdom and the knowledge, just in them sharing their skill sets. And so I totally say that sometimes when the student can't get it in the classroom, one-on-one with their teacher, but that a visitor just from someplace else with a different set of skills and a different mindset sometimes captures the heart of young people. So I just commend you to continue to do the work. There's not enough volunteers in the world overall because the world says we need to be paid to do a good deed. So I think you guys are the true heroes of our community first, and of course the society as a whole, because it does show that we don't, everything is not a, how do they say it, no finances, and we don't achieve greatness. We are achieving greatness because there are people who are willing to share their wisdom, knowledge, and gifts, and I thank you for your work.
Board Member Anderson.
I have been a resident now of school district for, it'll be 10 years this August. When my family and I first moved here into the district, into the village, we had people who were residents, who had been residents in Crete for a number of years, tell me pretty much their own personal opinion or feeling in reference to the schools and teachers and so forth and so on. I'm so glad that I didn't listen to what they had to say because my experience has been one exceptional experience. And my initial experience when I first moved here to Crete with a school was Balmoral. And I'm so thankful to see that things are continuing. I'm so thankful to see that the teachers are still dedicated and hardworking as they were when we first moved here. I'm so thankful to see that even though that had been a transition as far as principals were concerned, that everything is still working on all cylinders for all the volunteers, the teacher volunteers, staff volunteers, parent volunteers. I mean, it's just an awesome thing. You put the naysayers to shame because you all are truly, truly doing a great work, and from my mouth to your ear, I appreciate you.
I'll say Janine, Board Member Janine.
I'll help you out there. It's Mrs. Galbraith.
Galbraith. Galbraith.
I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. 90% of my time is spent volunteering. I retired 6 years ago, and there is no such thing as retirement. They're correct. And I just have one thing to say. You all rock. Thank you.
Board Member Teray.
Well, I can't let Anderson tell the only story, so I'll tell a little short story. When I moved in the district, my sons, which all have children, or two of the three have children, were little boys, and they started at Balmoral. Most of the crew is gone at this time, but there's still a few around. But Balmoral was a school, my youngest boy, I'll leave him nameless, you can probably figure it out. He was struggling. He didn't want to listen, and the modus operandi at the time was fill him up with drugs and he'll be okay. And I said, that's not going to happen. So I sat down with the principal at that time of Balmoral, and I did something that was kind of unique at the time. I asked that if I could interview his teachers for the next year and see who was willing to work with him. I did, and there were 4 teachers available. 3 of the teachers kind of well, I'll do what I can, and the 4th one walked in and says, I'll work with that boy, and I'm going to turn him around. I'm going to do everything I can for him. And she did, and my son went on to graduate college. He's a successful businessman. He's a district manager for an oil company. And Balmoral School turned my boy around, so I will never be thankful enough to Balmoral as long as I live. So keep it up, guys. Hang in there. Thank you.
Before I give our superintendent the last words here, it's been stirring in my spirit. I just want to say it, and forgive me if I'm out of order with this, but I just have to say it. Big dogs! Okay. All right, superintendent.
I heard 2 of my principals here describe themselves as proud principals, and I need you guys to know I'm a proud superintendent too. And it's because of the work that our teachers do, that our administrators do, and that our parents do every day. The work that you guys are doing to help our students improve academically, to be ready for our world that we have out there for them, is outstanding. I went to a retreat today, and I just watched each and every one of the principals go through, because they're looking for any way and every way with their teachers to find ways to make sure that our students are successful. And I see it in these extra programs, whether it's Girls on the Run, Guys on the Fly, whatever it is, you guys are out there working to make connections with our students, and that's what makes them successful. So thank you for all you do.
Okay. All right, that completes our portion of the good news, but it will continue to carry on in our hearts. You guys can stay if you want. We have pizza at 1 o'clock in the morning. Scratch that, Terry. Oh. All right, at this time, we're moving right along in our business meeting here. Board updates. Any board updates? Any board updates? Do we have any board updates? We just continue to move strong with all of our committees, addressing issues to bring them forth to the full board. And our new board members are getting well acclimated to the process, so I just commend both of them for that. Okay, administrative updates. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. I have a legal update. On April 29th, 2015, the appellate court brought the Heather Farquhar and Board of Education of Crete-Monee Community School Unit District 201U to its final conclusion. Unfortunately, due to the complexity of the issues raised, the amount of filing set forth by Ms. Farquhar, the Board of Education was required to spend $69,066 defending itself against her claims. While Ms. Farquhar's lawsuit was undertaken in conjunction with her purported decision to run for the school board, she has not filed any reports with the State of Illinois Board of Elections disclosing the amounts of money, if any, that she spent on her attorneys by litigating this matter against the Board of Education. While the Board of Education is grateful that its position on voting districts was upheld on 3 separate occasions by 2 separate courts, it regrets this expenditure of funds, time, and resources was required in the first place. It looks forward to continuing to spend its resources and provide tangible benefits to its students and the community as opposed to defending lawsuits, meritless lawsuits. We are confident that this will provide a much fuller picture of the issues determined in the lawsuits filed by Ms. Farquhar against the Board of Education, and we look forward to continuing to serve you. A full explanation of this case will be available on the website.
Thank you, Superintendent. You can carry on with the facilities master plan update, if you
Yes.
could, please.
We got an opportunity to comment on these or what? On the update. I'd like to comment on the update.
Please do.
Okay. I would just like to remind the public that although it costs money, everyone has a right to file a lawsuit, and that if you feel that you've been wronged, do what you need to do. Okay? We all have that right, and regardless of what the outcome is in the future, you know, do what you need to do if you feel that you have been wronged. So that's all I want to add to it.
Any further comments?
No, it's just that I concur with Mr. Teray. Any person, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, has the opportunity and the right to file suit if they so fit or deem necessary. So that goes for all.
Thank you. Carry on, Superintendent.
Okay. I think this is important that we all understand why the district worked on the facilities master plan, the FMP. The district, with its architects, identified $89 million worth of needs. And we have currently set out to spend about $52 million in projects. The district is using a combination of bonds and money that the district has on hand to pay for the FMP. Balmoral Elementary, Crete Elementary, and the 6th grade center were identified as buildings with significant issues. The long-range cost of continuing to maintain those buildings were significant expenses that involve several life safety projects. The need was identified before I arrived. Also, the current tax structure is set up to significantly increase over the next 10 years. This was set up with the projections that were made before the new high school and Monee Elementary were built. In these tough financial times, where all 4 villages that we serve have significant issues with home foreclosures, part of the FMP included stabilization of the tax rate. The bonds that the district chose to use do not allow for refinancing. In order to stabilize the tax rate, the district must borrow to pay off the bonds. Stabilizing the tax rate does cost the district additional dollars. If we do not move forward, the taxpayers will be required to pay for life safety and maintenance of at least 2 buildings, most likely 3, that are in very bad shape. The tax rate that is set to fall in 10 years won't necessarily fall, since the district will be required to maintain the old buildings. Crete Elementary has $6 million in maintenance that were identified and $3.7 million in life safety requirements. Balmoral Elementary has $7 million in maintenance and $150,000 in life safety requirements. The 6th grade center has $22.8 million in maintenance and $2.8 million in life safety requirements, as set up by our former architect. The total is $42 million that would not allow, I don't believe would allow the tax rate to fall after 10 years. Finally, to improve student achievement, we reviewed our successful project, the CSK. It has been successful for over 10 years and shown that our students, all of them, there are no special requirements to go to CSK except for the school compact. Next year, all schools will have compacts. We had that discussion this afternoon. The district's plan is to create an IB school at CMMS, and it is based on the success at CSK. Our students are capable, and we can see that our students are benefiting from the instruction at CSK. We will have our good teachers in our good schools with the proper training, and the students will benefit as we move forward at CMS. CMMHS. The administration is currently looking at a book study on transforming school culture, how to overcome staff division. The work that we continue to do is a setup to make sure that we understand that all the directions that we're going are based on research and study. That's how we decide how we're going to make our decisions, based on the data that we receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do we have any comments?
Yeah, I have some comments. I think the biggest problem with the whole project is that you're going to build a school. You need to take it to the voters. You're going to spend $34 million. Take it to referendum. Don't sneak around the back door with it. If the voters want a new school and they want to support the taxes for an additional 10 years, which we already are obligated for 10. This will stretch it out to 20. Yes, it will level the playing field a little bit on the amount, but you're still going to add $34 million to your debt. If you so want to do that as community members and taxpayers, God bless you, but it needs to go out to a referendum, in my personal opinion, and the community needs to be able to vote on it. So that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
I do want to ask you a question. Did your opinion change? Did you at not one time vote and push to do the so-called backdoor referendum to build new schools?
My opinion has been that the voters should have a right to vote on this. I remember we had $20 plus million worth of bonding that we were able to maintain last year. And a couple of school board members said, let's keep the money, put it in the bank, we'll have $40 million and we can build a new school. We can take it to the taxpayers and we can tell them we've got the money in the bank. But that was voted down. Now you're back to the voters have a say in the matter. And the voters should have a say in the matter. So I do not believe that we should take $34 million of their money, not the school's money. The school has no money. It's the voters' money. It's the taxpayers' money. And that we should spend their money without their okay. I just don't think that's an ethical way to do things.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. It's unethical for us as board members to okay spending money without any type of input from the taxpayers. And if we do that, that's shame on us if we do that without voters' input in some capacity. So, any other questions?
Yes, I have two, a question and a statement. Well, two questions actually. My first question is, how is it perceived that whatever was being done was a backdoor thing, that term backdoor? I need to get an understanding about what that means. I guess let me get an answer to that question first, and I'll ask my second question. How was it backdoor?
You're asking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you build a new school, you should go to referendum with the public. It's the procedure for building a new school. You take it to the voters that are going to pay for it, and you ask them, do you approve the referendum for building the school? It's a SOP, Standard Operating Procedure. You can go around it by doing what we're proposing to do and negating the voters having a vote at the next general election or next scheduled election to either vote it up or vote it down. That's what's considered or commonly referred to as going around the back door. Mm-hmm. It's cutting the voter out of the process to say, yes, I approve this money, and I voluntarily say you can extend my taxes out for the next 10 years and add this $34 million worth of debt. That's the way I understand it, the way it's been the 20 years that I've been involved with the school district.
And what is the measure that you're cutting the voter out when the voter has a period of time to petition, as has been always the case, to petition to stop the movement if they so choose? I think what's puzzling to me is, I think, as Mr. Brown spoke of earlier, you, I, and everybody, with the exception of the two individuals who are new to this board, are people who were involved in the conversations, the committee meetings with community members. No one is attempting to cut a voter out. I'm a voter, so I wouldn't have anybody to cut me out of an opportunity to have a say on anything. And I think it is preposterous for someone to suggest, you, whomever, that is the case, or that is what has transpired or is attempted to have been taking place. No one has done that. You know for yourself, I've seen enough letters circulating around via the social media, whatever, that suggests that people have a right. You've given them ample opportunity and ample ammunition to go through the proper processes to to stop the process. So no one is left out and nothing has taken place. But I will say it is incumbent upon us to get information in the front side. I remember sitting in a meeting with you, and I think what the voters need to do, yours, mine, whomever vote, is to go back to these meetings. These meetings are foyable. They do it all the time. And read what has been said before. We can't come back. I guess we can change our mind, but it's not to say that we didn't have a different conversation about it in the past. Because my recollection reminds me, too, I wasn't for push when we have buildings standing. But everybody said, oh, my God, there's asbestos in the building, when there was no proof of asbestos in the building. It was a rush to judgment to hurry up and build new buildings. Now there's this, I don't know, a change of plans. Again, you were someone who advocated strongly for the idea of let's stop sitting around doing nothing, let's build these buildings and educate students. So if it changed, we should have had some additional conversation, not say that somehow other members of the board have changed their mind, because my mind is and was what it is today. So that's my personal opinion on it.
I'd like to make a statement and then get to my second question. And my statement is that I know that Mike and I both came on board at the same time. And I know that I ran for the position because of the fact that I felt that I wanted the opportunity to be able to have a voice. I felt like there was no voice. And there were a lot of things that we had to learn. And I know that Mike and I both, because I had a conversation with Mike, we're both saying that we didn't want the situation in reference to the sixth grade center and where it had been and what was going on with it to continue to be a situation of kicking the can down the road or wheels being spinned. And I believe that my understanding per our conversation, Mike, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong, just in reference to the sixth grade center, was that we both were saying it needs to be torn down, something else needs to be done. Don't let the powers that be keep us in a situation where the wheels are just continually being spun. Now, I didn't know anything about referendum at that time. I'm not sure if you knew anything about referendum at that time, so I don't know if your statements were based upon not having knowledge about the issue about referendum. I don't know. But I know that you and I together were both saying that we need to tear down this building. We need to build something new. We don't need to let people just sit on their hands and not do anything about this, because we both felt that it was something that needed to be done. So after having made that statement, my question then is now to our superintendent. I know that there are some people who are saying they don't understand this process, or I know that there are some individuals who are saying that they believe they understand this process based upon the statement that was put out in the public that there was some backroom deals being done. What can be done at this point, if anything, to have conversation with the public if they wanted to ask some questions or wanted some Q&A, where things can be explained to them in detail, so there is no room for misunderstanding, miscommunication, and so everything can be up front, so it can never be said that anything was done backdoor or anything like that. Can anything be done at this point?
There's two opportunities. The first opportunity would probably be to go to the Finance Committee meeting in July.
Okay.
And then the second opportunity, should the board choose to go out for bonds, there is a specific written process that the public has for getting through to gather signatures if there are concerns. Okay. Nothing has been done besides us talking about it. The actual work of purchasing or going out to purchase the bonds haven't been done. So you have the opportunity to talk to the Finance Committee, to ask any questions that you'd like, and then, of course, if the board so chooses to reach for those bonds, you will have the process that's available to state your case.
Right, and I don't want it to be said that I am against the voters, because I'm a voter too. I'm not saying that I don't want the voters to have the opportunity to say to make a decision if they want to make the decision, or we want to make the decision to do petitions and so forth and so on. I believe that it's best to get all the information, regarding the situation before any decision is made, whether it's on our part or their part. Let's make sure that everybody knows everything that's needed to be known about this issue, because it's my frustration to be not just a member of the board, but also a citizen and a resident of this community. And it seems like there's always something, there's always some conversation about backroom deals, about things being done behind closed doors. And as a board member, outside of a closed meeting or a closed session, I haven't done anything behind closed doors, a back door. And so I hate to hear statements about the majority of the board is doing backroom deals and all that type of stuff when it's not true. I know I'm not doing it. I haven't been with anyone else that's doing it, so I don't know who this majority is. And I am an advocate for making sure that everyone knows what's going on. I'm an advocate for making sure that whatever we know that we can share, outside of it being against the law, I'm willing and desiring to make sure that that is something that's being done. Let's stop spinning our wheels. Let's stop wasting time. Let's stop fighting and feuding. Let's get the work done. And let's make sure that we're all on the same page. That's my desire.
Okay. The process, I'll repeat it again. The normal process is to go in front of the voters at the next election with a referendum asking for the money to build a new school. That is the procedure that has been used for as long as I've been associated with schools, and that's many, many, many years. That's the way it's supposed to be done. Any other way is it's disenfranchising the voters. I understand what you're saying about they'll have an opportunity to voice something now and start a petition, which I'm sure is going to happen. But it is not a general election. It is not giving all the voters an opportunity, because what's going to go in the paper is something about 3 inches high, written in a type that I can't read with the bifocals I got, talking about this. This is not going to be a referendum item. It's not going to be published the way a referendum would be, and it will not be up to the voters that are going to pay the bills to do this. Yes, there are opportunities, and I'm sure the community will take advantage of the opportunities, just to send it to referendum. That's all they're asking. Send it to a referendum, let the voters speak. If the voters that pay the bills want to put the new school up, God bless them.
And I think they need to, everyone, not just the voter, not just they, but I feel that everyone needs to have the information, because it makes no sense to even have to go through the process of a referendum if the voters are given the information that says, okay, well, this way of doing things is going to be the best thing for us in the long run, as opposed to doing it a different way. I don't know, but that's why I'm saying let's sit down and have a conversation. Let's get all the information out so everybody knows what the situation is. And after that meeting, it's best to do a referendum. Then, let whoever wants to do it, do it. I'm an advocate, once again, for making sure that all the information is set on the table and that everyone can make a clear and decisive decision based upon the information that's given, and not just speculation or not just rumor, but fact.
That's what I'm about. I do challenge my colleagues here. When we vote on something, we need to understand what we're voting on.
Yeah.
And if we do not understand what we're voting on, given the complexity and the $76 million budget, annual budget, including our debt, that we pay on an annual basis, for us to vote on things and not understand, that is not doing our due diligence.
I agree.
And does not add any value to the process.
I agree.
So all of us here, with the exception of our 2 new board members, voted not too long ago on this process. So what's changed? I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm
would
not
like to
confused.
share
Mr.
that,
Superintendent, let me just say this. Mr. Anderson asked you the question, and I confer that Mrs. Dr. Williams answer the question, because I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with the definition of a backdoor. You, Mr. Teray, myself, Dr. Hall, sat in a meeting with our attorneys, and they expressly explained this process. And what I'm hearing today is not the same thing. So we have an attorney, we pay them, have them to come here if you guys aren't willing to express. And Mr. Brown is absolutely correct. I understand it well enough to make the decision that we've made. If somebody else doesn't understand it, there was ample opportunity in that discussion to ask. And what's interesting to me is I never liked the term backdoor referendum, and ask repeatedly for Mr. Hauser to explain the backdoor. And it's interesting because it's not nearly as opportunistic as it appears. It's a process. And what was clear is that, of course, the voter, because I, like you, Mr. Anderson, and I don't think anyone here, I think it's safe to say, is extricating any member of the community from the process. That's not what we do. And the members have an opportunity to express it. I think I read somewhere where someone said, as you say, the majority is going to go ahead and do what they want to do. The majority or any board member worth their weight is going to hear, and we have heard, not necessarily from a select few, but from a global whole, a holistic. We have to take a holistic approach to the process and not just say if a certain number of people decide. I personally, before learning what the so-called backdoor referendum, say that years ago when people voted here to build a high school and said, I'll vote to build a high school, but I won't put any money to maintain a high school. You can't live in your house without paying the electricity and maintaining the roof, the siding, etc. So, no, I don't even want to see us get into that kind of predicament again. So everybody needs to understand the process and not all the weighty stuff that is involved in the outside and some of the scurrilous suggestions that there is some kind of underhanded maneuver. We're still going to live here in this community with our children, and the need for buildings and improvement in this community is just as adequate as it was when previous boards were here. So if there's a need for some additional understanding, if you guys, Mr. Cunningham, Dr. Williams, this was in writing. This was discussed in writing, and it can be, I don't care if you put it in the biggest bold print on the website, and if typically we put it in the smallest print, Mr. Teray is suggesting, make it bold. There is no attempt to extract information from the community at all. That's a lie, and there's no truth in it. So I wish you would either give adequate information concerning the what the so-called and the legal term, because I think it's easy to make a suggestion backdoor. That sounds sneaky and underhanded, but it's not our term. We didn't come up with it. I came on this board, and I've been hearing it ever since. I didn't make it up. This board didn't make it up. So there's a legal terminology rather for this referendum. I wish the state of Illinois perhaps would change it, but for now that's what we're stuck with. Explain it and maybe even have a hearing. I'm perfectly open, and hopefully with more education people will understand we're going about the process that was asked via, and you weren't here, but we went through, Dr. Hall, they were facility advisories. I did not sit on that committee, but the findings stated as such. What was it?
Multiple evenings of the facilities advisory committee that we held, I believe it was
it's almost
the fall of 2013, I believe it was.
A year ago, maybe a year and a half. Yeah.
Yes. So to make the insinuation that we have not involved the public, that is simply not true. And what I'll say, a lot of
none
my
of you are listening to what I said. The
Well,
public should
apparently-
have a right to vote on this in a referendum. That is the proper way to do this.
But
That's
Are you
your
going to
opinion.
deny that it's not the proper way to do
No,
this?
I don't think
There are
that's what's being
different
said.
procedures and processes, and that's your opinion. You're one board member, and that's your opinion.
I don't think.
And that's fine.
I don't
But,
think-
I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, but to continuously put out false information on Facebook or wherever else is inappropriate. We are a board, we operate as a board, and we do not operate in a single fashion,
Then take it to a referendum and let the voters
and that's your
decide.
opinion. So if this
Period.
board as a
Simple.
whole decides
Your,
to take
your
it for a
lawyer's sitting
referendum,
over there. Ask him.
if the board decides as a
Mr.
whole,
Gleason, that you
then
over
we
there?
can
Is that you, I
absolutely
see?
take
Is
it
it
for a
supposed to be going to a
referendum.
referendum?
Okay, let's have,
What's the proper
let's have some
procedure?
order.
We're paying you to
Let's
sit
have
there.
some order. He's not part of this process
Answer
here.
the question.
Let's have some. No, let's have someone. You said we hiding stuff, sir. Please refrain from the comments. Mike, I'll just say this.
He's sitting right there. Ask him.
Because again, I'm not sure if you understand the whole process when it comes to. I don't know. I believe memory serves me right. Back in, I believe
The
August of
issue
2020, August of 2013, you also voted to approve $15 million in working cash. And as the definition says, that working cash is a backdoor referendum. So you can look that up. I believe it's August of 2013, I'm sorry. So moving forward, let's end this conversation. We have a lot on our agenda to address. Okay, student affairs. Ms. Spence?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. The following Freedom of Information requests have been received. I have reported the results and status of those requests. The first one comes to us from Ms. Tammy Burnham of Crete, Illinois. The request is for a copy of the efficiency plan presented in the special meeting. A response to this request was sent on May 17th, and the response included the requested documents. Our second one comes to us from Ms. Karen Have of Cornerstone Media. The request is for documents that show the current legal address of District 201U School Board member Edward Anderson. A response to this request was sent on May 18th. The response included the requested documents. Number 3 is from Mr. Thomas Verbeck of RQA Incorporated. The request is for any correspondence between ACME and the district regarding the absorption of building secretaries, custodians, and other district clerical personnel into the ACME union. Any memorandums of understanding between ACME and the district where the parties have agreed to the absorption of building secretaries, custodians, and other district clerical personnel into the ACME union. A copy of the document with ACME's formal request to the district to begin either full dues or fair share dues deductions for absorbed building secretaries, custodians, and other district personnel. A copy of the document with the district's approval of ACME's formal request to begin either full dues or fair share dues deductions for absorbed building secretaries, custodians, and other district personnel. A response to this request was sent on May 15th. The response included the requested documents. Our last request comes to us from Ms. Taquana Hall. The request is for the breakdown of student performance versus teacher evaluation rates. A response to this request was sent on June 9th. There were no documents responsive to this request. That concludes our Freedom of Information requests.
We thank you, Mrs. Spence. Any questions?
Just that those responses are posted for the entire public's consumption for the response, for the accurate response from the district. Is that correct?
Yes, they will be posted tomorrow on the district website at www.cm201u.org under FOIA request.
Okay.
Okay, no further questions. We're going to shift gears over to our business manager regarding the FY budget update information.
Good evening again. Included in your packet is a summary of the budget approved by the Board of Education in September of 2014 for the 2014-15 school year. That budget included revenues totaling roughly $70.8 million, expenditures totaling $76.4 million roughly, and an estimated deficit of $5.6 million. As we wrap up this fiscal year and continue to plan for the new fiscal year, I think it's appropriate to see where we are with that budget. So what I did was I looked at revenues and expenditures, and I do have an estimated bottom line for you at this point. But before I go into that, I'd like to talk a little bit about the revenues, because they're hard to predict at this point, largely because of the state's financial crisis. Roughly a little bit more than 20% of our revenue comes from the state, and each year we plan to budget for half of what they owe us from the previous year and half of what they promise us for the new year. So as it stands today, I know that they owe us at least $1.6 million that was promised for this year. So as I estimate the revenue, I make a guesstimate to see, well, will they pay that money by the end of this month? We don't know. Every year there's a different percentage that is paid by the state. As it pertains to our local tax revenue, it's much easier to predict. We've just started to receive tax dollars for the tax year 2014, which I'm sure many of you are aware of because you probably just recently paid your tax bills. Also, as it relates to revenue, special ed reimbursements must be compiled and requested, so it's unknown at this time if we'll receive that money before the end of the month of June. And we also know, again, with the state, they made a decision to decrease all of the allocations of general state aid to school districts in April of this year. So taking all of that into consideration, I'm estimating that the revenue would come in at about $70 million, and that's with the assumption that the state pays us what they promised to pay us, which is questionable at best. On the expenditure side, it's much easier to predict. Many of those factors are known as a result of the collective bargaining agreements and things of that nature, other contracts. But there are still some unknowns. Lane movement, perhaps, throughout the school year is something that we can try to project, but we aren't sure of. Associated benefits, we're self-insured for our medical coverage, so that's something that we estimate as well. We also take into consideration end-of-year bills, summer payrolls, benefits, overtime, and extra duty. So with all of that information, I'm estimating that the expenditures will end somewhere between $76 and $77 million, which is in line with the budget that the board approved. Now, we did what we could to decrease expenditures, but due to contractual obligations, we weren't able to do much. We reduced overtime, we reduced extra duty, but again, we did not know that the state was going to decrease general state aid, and we still don't know if the state is going to meet their financial commitment to school districts throughout the state. So keeping all of that in mind, the bottom line is that the deficit that is anticipated is between $5 and $6 million, which is in line with what we budgeted. We budgeted $5.6 million deficit. I'd be happy to address any questions from the board at this time.
No, I think Dr. Williams, you explained this very well. You're on track with what we have here, and no one said that the road is going to be easy. We have big challenges ahead of us, and we just got to keep working with a fine-tooth comb.
Yes, we'll know much more in July about where we will end the year, especially on the expense side. We'll know. On the revenue side, the state could still trickle in money to us in July and August from this school year that we would be able to journal back because we operate on a modified accrual basis, but we wouldn't know that until the audit. But I'll have a much better number for you next month.
Great, excellent.
And what's the drop-dead date for the state to act, or is there such a thing?
There is no drop-dead date. The fiscal year ends on June 30th, and the state has habitually paid after that to the tune of $1 to $2 million for this district from the prior year. Most school districts operate on a cash basis, so when they receive that money the next year, they can't put it into the allocation for the previous year. We fortunately operate on a modified accrual, so what they pay us in July, we can then journal back to the year that it was originally for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions?
Dr. Williams, as far as the state, as far as their payments to us, where are we on that? Are they fully caught up, or?
Oh, no, ma'am.
I
went
just want you to
online today.
Make that clear.
Yes, I went online today to check some of our larger revenue sources, and I calculated about $1.6 million that is due to us that they have not paid for this fiscal year, which ends in, 2 weeks? And as I stated earlier, it is a regular practice for me to budget for half of what they owe us and half of what they promise us for each year. So they're always roughly about 6 months behind in payments.
And what's the proration we're at now?
The proration for general state aid, the original budget was for 89%, and I believe that was dropped down to 87%, and we lost roughly $223,000, and we were notified of that just in April of this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when, Dr. Williams, when things become known to you concrete-wise, let's find a placeholder on the website. You know, if it's something to do to fine-tune our budget or anything like that, let's make sure we have, as best as we could, any updated documents on the website, okay, for public consumption.
No problem.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions for Dr. Williams? If not, do we have a reason to go into closed session? And okay, we have a reason to go into closed session. And I believe it's for student discipline and dismissal of a specific employee. Can I have a motion to go into closed session? Moved by Mr. Teray.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Gasparo. A roll call, please.
Ms. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Okay, we should be in closed session probably about an hour. If it looks as if we will be longer than that, someone from the board will come out and address the public with a better time frame. Thank you. We are now in closed session.
Probably was mine. I don't need it. I know the agenda.
Why the additional?
Kim, your computer's ready. His dad, yes, his dad is ready. Okay.
Oh, I thought you were heading to the young man. Yeah, I did that too. Oh, you did that. Don't have the young. He has to go too. Oh, where I put them.
excuse me, we'll probably be approximately another hour. I will be coming back in to get other people, but expectation is closed session will last at least another hour. No, we're doing okay. After the meeting. Probably for a total closed session if we work it out.
part of my daily job. let's twist.
we will probably be about another hour in closed session. Back as soon as possible. Bring me something too. I ain't ate.
You didn't offer us any.
But why you? We already knew that. Just remember, you have to see me tomorrow. He stole that out of Judy Pappas' office.
I got a Diet Coke and a Sprite.
Look, no, I thought we were.
Or maybe they've been reading it and this is a way of getting us all back because you keep doing it. You're yelling at them and that knows.
need to bring in additional chairs? Do we need any additional chairs? That light is always in your eyes. I know. Turn the light off. Oh, how nice.
Look, I'm done cheering after yesterday. I can't handle it anymore.
LeBron James is that he didn't get it, huh? How about you?
105 to 97.
That's nice. That's nice. Okay. I'm not going to throw this woman. I cannot throw the woman out the gate on this. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It's not clean enough. Okay.
Oh, good. It's tomorrow.
Yes, it is. It's midnight. Okay.
Welcome to Wednesday. Oh, that would be yours. I'm just going with one.
Nah, it's garbage. It's all garbage anyway.
I'm just trying to duck the light.
I know, it's rough. I know.
Swing that leg on your
Yeah, my hip is killing me now. Should be on my heat pad by now. A long time ago. Okay. Next.
Guess we look there. It is.
Okay, you're full. All right. Okay, I'm going to do these two things and go. I got one more. Where's that? When are we coming up to that thing? We're going to vote on these people, right? Okay, good. Okay. Okay. All right.
To what now? They both should be pulled off. That's what we got rid of.
May I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Teray.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Gasparo. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Here we are at a closed session, 12:06 a.m. We're moving into our business meeting.
Victoria. Second by me.
We have our consent agenda approved.
Moved.
I'd like to make a motion to pull something out of the consent agenda.
Let's see, which item number is it?
It's the personnel report. Can we split it into just one particular item?
Where's the number?
Can't pull out an individual item.
Where's it at? Action report, human resources.
Because I got the last card.
I'm sorry, please bear with us.
to have an item.
Yeah, they're trying to find it now.
Yeah.
I've heard it all the time.
For the human
Personnel
resource.
reports.
Yeah, you have to remember, I work for a village government, so. I don't know. Because if you remember, I'm
Page that's on,
most of
though,
the
do
people
you?
that I associate with are accountants, finance people. No, probably not.
What do, can I see? You said 12C? Yeah, yeah, they're trying to, yeah, pull it out. I thought you had the actual.
Oh, I don't have
No,
the actual.
okay, yeah.
But if you go over
Where would I go?
to,
I did that, down here?
click on that,
Mhm.
and then scroll down a little bit more.
7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, right? Well, I miss bedtime, so.
I was just listening to Terry tell him how to do that. And it is here. All the way at the bottom. Are the ones I got it all the way down at the bottom. After I went to the enumeration. Go back to? I didn't know you gave them up.
Yeah, that's. bumping the table, and I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to mess anything up. I need more water.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I believe we are ready. May I have a motion to remove Patricia Howell Hudson and Pamela Stockton from the personnel report to be voted on by the board separately?
Both of them? But we're going to take two separate votes. Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo.
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Secretary, please call the roll.
The roll. Hold
And-
on.
oh,
The
wait.
roll, the roll to approve the consent agenda.
No, for what we're
to
removing.
got it. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
So what are we voting on now then?
Nothing.
The motion
Just
was
say
to
aye.
remove Patricia Howell Hudson and Pamela Stockton from the personnel report to be voted on separately by the Board of Education.
Okay.
And it was moved and second already. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Ms. Galbraith.
Aye.
And Ms. Gasparo.
Aye.
And Mr. Teray.
Aye.
Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall.
Aye. Okay, may I have a motion to dismiss Patricia Howell Hudson for insubordination?
So
What did you
moved.
say? Oh, so moved.
Moved by Mr. Brown.
Oh, second.
Second by Mrs. Sanders. Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Teray.
No.
Mrs. Gasparo.
No.
Mrs. Galbraith.
No.
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
No.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye. May I have a motion to to dismiss Pamela Stockton?
Moved.
I'm sorry. Have to say for the reason. For, help me say this, dereliction. Dereliction of duty.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Galbraith.
Second.
Second by Mr. Teray.
Okay, Mr. Teray.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Gotta do the roll.
Mm.
Here.
Say it again.
Here.
Oh,
We're
you're
doing the
here.
roll?
Yeah, we're doing.
We
you're
are voting.
Voting.
Oh, we're voting. I'm sorry.
For the dismissal of
My
Pamela
apologies.
Stockton for the dereliction of duty.
And excuse me, Mrs. Sanders, who made the motion and who seconded that?
Motion was by Mrs. Galbraith and seconded by Mr. Teray.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I vote yes on that.
Okay. So aye. Okay. And Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
and Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
and Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Who was that?
Amended.
As amended, I guess. Moved
Who
by,
moved it?
I'll motion it. As amended, correct?
yes.
Yes.
Moved-
Second.
Who was it moved by?
Mr. Teray. I think.
Mr. Teray, second by Mrs. Galbraith. Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Teray
Aye.
and Mrs. Gasparo
Aye.
and Ms. Galbraith,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
and Secretary's nay, and Dr. Hall.
Aye. I'd like to acknowledge donations at this time. Crete Elementary would like to thank Miss Elizabeth Stanula Quaken for a donation of ice cream trucks, as well as her countless hours of volunteer time. The countless hours of volunteer time by Holland employees. Crete Elementary would also like to thank Mrs. Andrea Johnson for the donations of Nike footwear for Crete Elementary volunteer parents. And lastly, Crete Elementary would like to thank the Crete Elementary PTO for their donation of a handicap swing for their playground and their amazing generosity. Action reports. Mr. Neal, Human Resources, number 1. Never mind. May I have a motion to approve the expulsion of student 2015B for the entire 2015-2016 school year and the entire 2016-2017 school year, but hold the expulsion in abeyance to have student 2015B administratively transferred to the Monee Education Center pending successful academic and social progress. Should student 2015B not perform successfully at the Monee Education Center, student 2015B's expulsion will take effect immediately without further action from the Board of Education. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Sanders.
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Mr. Teray?
Nay.
And Dr. Hall?
Aye. Mr. Neal, resolution to approve reassignment of education support personnel. There's no discussion on that. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't have to be read. These are just 3 personnel need to be reassigned in accordance with the efficiency plan approved by the board.
May I have a motion to approve the resolution to approve reassignment of educational support personnel?
Do we have questions?
Move it.
Moved by Mr. Teray.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Galbraith. Okay, you have questions?
No, I was saying I know that's.
Okay, so basically this is the reassignment of the educational support personnel that were part
It's
of
3
RIF.
people who just need to be reassigned in accordance with the efficiency plan to new positions because their positions were either eliminated or reassigned.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Hold on, I want a question. Mr. Neal, so with the efficiency plan, is there a continuous stream of changes, or this particular change was just to satisfy the final, I guess, sifting out of the?
This should be the final change, yes.
Okay. And then, I don't know if this is in the same question, but for example, this is under the reduction in forces process piece too, or?
Well, this isn't necessarily a reduction in force, as it's just changing positions for the individuals.
Okay. So, that's not it either. Okay. So I guess whatever you've put in place now will be for the next school year.
Correct.
And if we determine, as I saw with the high school, there was a need for amending your initial efficiency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and I guess simultaneously between the efficiency plan and reduction, I think that's what's confusing. Well, just I'm mixing it up. Is that I know there's this. Am I using the proper terminology? The bumping process. If you have a designated seniority piece, you can be shifted into different positions in different areas of the district, not necessarily your building.
Correct. Yeah, if you have, depending, of course, it depends on if we're talking about teachers versus non-certified staff, but if you have seniority over somebody and your position is cut, you can bump someone in a position you're qualified for who has less seniority.
And even if you're in your position, if two people have the same position, but one has more, one comes from a different place, they can come into your building and send you away.
They can.
Okay.
Hey, Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay. Mr. Toure?
No.
And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the True North Logic Educator Effectiveness System?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Brown.
True.
True North Logic.
Moved by Mr. Brown.
Yes.
And who seconded?
Do I have a second? Nobody.
Anderson.
Who
That was
seconded?
Ed.
Nobody second.
I thought Ed.
Is everybody asleep?
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions?
I'd just like to say that I did not have time to look at this because of the timing of the agenda items when they were sent out. So this is one of the items that I did not get to look at.
I also have not had time to look at it, so I'm going to abstain from voting.
Well, we did discuss this in the personnel.
Yes. Unfortunately, I was not at the meeting, so.
Well, I'm referring to Mr. Teray, who was at the
I do
personnel
want to
meeting.
ask the question, was anybody watching the Hawks game last night? Just a
No,
joke.
actually, I wasn't.
So, any questions was what I asked. Mr. Neal, do you have anything to
Well,
say?
if you want, what we have right now, we have a system called Teachscape, and it currently is a system that can help track our evaluation software. It's just an online evaluation system. What True North Logic does is it replaces that system and also adds other resources such as tracking of professional development, tracking of certification and licensure, and so forth, for a similar price to what we were paying for Teachscape. And the interface is a lot more user-friendly. It's really just kind of an upgrade to what we already have in place, and so there's no new funds committed to it. It's simply switching one software program for another.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the name threw me off. I do know what you're talking about. Thank you.
As discussed in personnel, I do support this program. It will help us to be more efficient with our teacher evaluations. So I support it. Thank you. Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Toure, you said.
Okay, this one, I do realize what it is, and I will vote yes.
Mrs. Gasparo?
No.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, and Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. Curriculum. Laura Hirsch. Approve the amended calendar.
Motion first. You want me to explain?
No, just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, as you know, the PSAE had the ACT as part of it, and when that was discontinued in 2014, this past school year the state paid for ACT, and it was last year that they were going to pay for ACT. So this year, this upcoming school year, ACT is now providing
testing dates for school districts that are during the school week. Unfortunately, those dates were not announced until after we had already approved the calendar. So the dates are, that are available to us are all on Tuesdays, which are early out days for the high school. It's really important that we continue to give our students the ACT as well as continue our spring EPAS testing for 9th and 10th graders. This is our assessment plan for the high school. The plan, as we looked at it, is to test our 11th graders on ACT on April 19th, and then the following Tuesday on April 26th, we would do our spring testing for 9th and 10th graders. This requires an adjustment to the calendar only in that we need to indicate that those 2 dates would be our testing dates and that only those grade levels would be in attendance so that they could test. The revision allows the 11th graders, just as we've done, to take the ACT at no cost to our families, and there's no financial cost to the district to change the calendar. The cost of the testing will be included in my budget for next school year. There is some talk in Springfield through ISB that the state may be going out for a request for an assessment that sounds like the ACT, and if the State Board of Ed ends up picking up the cost for it, we would shift the cost to the state, and it wouldn't cost us anything to give it. So we're making a recommendation to approve this small change to the calendar for next year.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the amended calendar 2015-16?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Gasparo.
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Mr. Teray? Aye. And Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. Letter of agreement with ECRA Group. Ms. Hirsch.
This is a request to execute an agreement with the ECRA Group. The ECRA Group is a firm that helps school districts be more strategic in their improvement planning efforts. ECRA utilizes a software program called ECRIS, and that helps districts with not only improvement planning, but with assessment, data warehousing, data analysis and reporting, program evaluation, student growth models, and personnel evaluations. As you know, our new accountability system is moving to student growth, and the key question around student growth is how much growth do we expect for each student, because not all students move at the same rate. So it's also really complex to determine student growth based on just attributing it to one teacher or one program or one intervention. There are a lot of factors that go into a student's academic performance. So what ECRIS will do is it will utilize our existing assessment system and provide us with a local growth model that is based on expected growth for each individual student. And that growth projection will take into account that individual student's factors that contribute to their performance based on their past performance, so kind of a projection. And once we have that individual growth score, it will allow us to identify students for special programs or courses, determine our program effectiveness, incorporate student achievement into all of our evaluations, and also provide the board with good information on return on investment for what we're doing with our programs and interventions, and it will support our leadership and governance. We did do an extensive, we've been to workshops with ECRA, we've done a site visit, and in May we had a presentation for the Education Committee by a representative from ECRA, and the administration is recommending that we enter into a 3-year agreement with them. The cost is $64,104 per year. If you divide that up by the number of students in our district, it's approximately $13 per student per year. The cost will be included in the curriculum budget for each year of the agreement.
So we are looking to use this with every student?
Yes. Every student that we can provide data for that, you know, that their system will take. It's pretty much, it's around standardized, at least we start with standardized test data.
Yes, we did have a full presentation by our former superintendent, Steve Humphreys, who's now with the company. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the letter of agreement with ECRA Group
Can I ask a question?
after we accept the motion and
Move.
the second? Moved by Mr. Anderson,
Second.
second by Mrs. Gasparo. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Who is the competitor for Equa Group, and have we talked to any competitors, or is this a one horse show?
I would say that everything that I've learned about growth models is they're locally grown, and I don't believe there is a competitor for ECRA that provides the same exact service that they do. It's based on a statistical analysis package that they developed themselves, so it's hard to compare with another company.
All right, so we don't have any way to compare pricing, because there's no other, it's them or nobody.
For this
For
type
this
of model.
particular thing. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
And I guess my question, you took my question, Mike. I wanted that answered, so thank you. And the other question for me is that why are we, with no track record or proven track record, why are we committing to such a lengthy period?
One of the things that Ms. Hurst mentioned was that we had a site visit. We went up to Barrington 220, who's been using this. It looks like more than 3 years, a lot more than 3 years. And the information that we got from Barrington and working from Barrington, it motivated us to look at something for 3 years so that we'd have an idea of how it's worked. To put it in for 1 year is not to put it in and have anything that helps us move forward. That's why we went to 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much put it into 3 years, but I think that's okay, but it doesn't give us an out if they were not providing us a service after the first year. I think we could have 3 years, but we should be able to part from one another if we are not getting the services after 1 year. You know,
Or
so
if we deem the service as we indicated, I remember when we discussed it, we buy a lot of programs. If it is not yielding after a year, and we've been stuck in plenty of things, so why do we have to be stuck with this process if it is not yielding adequate result? And there could be an opportunity for a competitor to come in and offer and maybe reduce the rate, but I would think we have learned from these lengthy contracts that we keep getting stuck in and no outs unless. So why is that not an option?
Are there any provisions in the contract that would allow us to remove ourselves?
It doesn't look like it. It says that ECRA, I think that's how you pronounce it, shall devote its best effort, skill, and attention to the performance of services. ECRA shall be available at such time and places as may be mutually agreed to by the parties for the performance of services under this agreement. So it's not really performance-based, and we can cut ties with them. In addition to another issue that I see is I thought we entered into contracts, and as far as the board signing this, being the president and the secretary or the president, who's signing this, you, Laura, or Dr. or Nate?
No, this should be, the contracts are with the Board of Education.
Yeah, well, it just says signature. We should have that stated too. So I'm personally willing to approve it, but I think we need to make a few changes with this.
I'd be willing to work with ECRA to discuss a change in an exit clause, if that's what you're asking for.
I think part of what we learned in Barrington was that over time with this, they started out with multiple assessments data going into the system. And over time, they've been able to get it down to a point where, we talk a lot about the idea of over-assessing students. They're able to get this projected growth score down. They've gotten so good with it that they can do it on almost a single piece of data now. So to do this over time would allow us to get much better at it.
And that's okay.
Right.
I can understand the data and obtaining it and making the data, being informative to us. But for whatever reason, I still would like to have an out. For whatever reason.
If the board would allow me the latitude to get the signatures line changed and to work on an escape clause.
Yeah.
If you'd approve it according to that, I'd be glad to make that happen.
So what if you don't get the clause?
If I don't get the clause, I don't have your permission to enter it into the contract.
So it's duly noted in the notes. It would be duly noted in our minutes tonight.
Yes, it would have to be an amendment to the motion.
Okay, so we need to amend the motion, or do we need to?
No, we can say
retract
with
the
the minor changes. We're here to adopt this or approve this. We can approve it with the changes as stated.
We need to retract the original motion. Can I have a motion to retract the motion?
Moved.
To approve letter of agreement with ECRA Group. Moved by Mr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Gasparo.
And
Secretary call the roll.
okay,
Can't
I'm
remember
sorry.
if we have to
Could
do
you
that.
just restate that motion again?
We're retracting the original motion, and we're going to make a new motion.
Okay. No.
No, we're retracting
We're just
right
voting
now.
to retract.
It was moved by, was it Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Second by Mrs. Gasparo. You can call the roll. I can't remember if we have to do the roll or not, but to be safe.
And Mr. Toure?
I'm going to vote no on
This
this.
is to retract, Mr. Toure.
Oh,
Retract
retract?
the original.
I vote yes.
Slap happy.
I know. Mrs. Gasparo?
Yes. Aye.
And Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye. May I have a motion to approve the letter of agreement with ECRA Group contingent upon changing the signature line on the contract to reflect president, as well as the inclusion of an escape clause to the agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Anderson.
Second.
What?
Second by Mr. Toure. Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Toure?
I'm going to vote no.
And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Ms. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. Business, Dr. Williams. Bond underwriter agreement.
Included in your packet is a recommendation to approve the underwriting services agreement as presented by William Blair. Also included in your packet is a summary of the financing plan, a historical summary of bond rates, the proposed financing schedule, and the proposed financing schedule. It is worth noting that no fees will be incurred by approving this agreement if bonds are not issued on behalf of the school district. So we are recommending approval of this agreement at this time, and I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
May I have a motion to approve the bond underwriter agreement?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
Nay.
and Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mr. Teray,
I'm going to vote no.
and Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. Bond consultant agreement.
Also included in your packet is a recommendation to approve Crystal Financial Consulting as the bond consultant associated with the previous agreement. 2 proposals were requested from one from Crystal Financial and one from PMA Financial. Crystal Financial was roughly $17,000 less, and their service included other services that we are currently paying other firms for that we would be able to eliminate if this recommendation is approved.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the bond consultant agreement?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Brown,
Second.
second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
Nay.
and Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mr. Teray,
No.
and Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. Permanent transfer of funds. Dr. Williams.
Included in your packet is a resolution relating to the hearing that was held earlier in the meeting for a permanent transfer of funds to the tune of $1.1 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Project Fund. This transfer is in compliance with the Illinois School Code, and I would be happy to address any questions that you have at this time.
May I have a motion to approve permanent transfer of funds?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Teray,
Second.
second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith,
Aye.
Mr. Brown.
Madam Secretary, could I just take a moment? This is legal. Robert's rule.
I just thought it. It is when you asked me if it was a resolution. Just go with policy. Would it be a resolution? And hearing.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall.
Aye. Custodial supply bid.
Wait a minute, disclosure components.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Okay, okay.
A public bid opening for custodial supplies was held on Friday, May 1st. During the meeting, participants raised several questions regarding the bids as there were responses that were not consistent or comparable with the bid specifications. After further review of the bids, it was determined that the bid specifications require revisions to ensure consistency in responses. It is the recommendation of the Finance Committee that the Board of Education reject all of the bids received and direct the administration to rebid.
So you were looking for a move.
I'm sorry, may I have a motion to approve the custodial supply bid recommendation, which is the rejection? It's the wording, yeah.
So we reject.
It's actually to reject the bids, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it should be stated in a motion, and a motion to approve the rejection of the custodial supply bids.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Sanders.
Second.
Second by Mr. Teray. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Garbage disposal bid recommendation.
Yes, a public bid opening was held for garbage disposal on Tuesday, May 26th. For the second year in a row, there was only one responsive bid to that request. In reviewing that bid, significant increases were identified at 2 of the sites. Research suggests that a multi-year contract might solicit more bids, as the length of the contract would allow new providers sufficient time to recoup the setup costs associated with bringing in the dumpsters at all of the locations. For that reason, it is the recommendation of the Finance Committee that the Board of Education reject the garbage disposal bid and direct the administration to rebid for a contract term of 2 to 5 years.
Thank you. May I have a motion to reject all garbage disposal bids
So moved.
and to rebid for a contract term of
So
2 to 5 years?
So
Moved by
moved.
Mrs. Sanders.
Second.
Second by Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. And Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries.
Now,
I have a motion to approve the disclosure. I'm sorry. Disclosure compliance. Go ahead. I'm ready to go home.
As part of the consent agenda, the board did approve the disclosure compliance policy. This resolution simply provides compliance with the Security and Exchange Commission's rule regarding disclosure policies. So it is the Finance Committee's recommendation that the board adopt the resolution associated with the disclosure compliance policy.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the disclosure compliance resolution, policy resolution?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Galbraith. Any questions? Secretary, please call the roll.
Mr. Teray?
Approve, yes.
And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
And Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. And Dr. Hall?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank
Is there any old business?
I have a old business comment. In our Finance Committee meeting, I think it was, we discussed the timing of agenda items and the information being given to board members. And I really want to stress again that I feel that we need to be given more time to go over the documentation before being asked to vote on things for a meeting. earlier tonight, Member Brown said when we vote, we need to understand what we're voting on. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do our due diligence. And I feel that we need more time. I can't be getting agenda items Sunday evening and actually personally not receiving them until I check my email when I wake up on Monday morning and being competent enough to vote on things on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say that Mrs. Gasparo did share her concerns with me. I did tell her that there were a couple of concerns with this month's agenda, mainly the amount of agenda items that were on the agenda, and I did express those concerns, as well as Mr. Teray did send me correspondence about those concerns. I expressed those to the superintendent, who was working to see if anything could be delayed to a later meeting, and I'm not sure if that delayed our packet in any way, but as I told Mrs. Gasparo, we will definitely make sure to work to make sure that we receive our packet at the designated day. So if I held that up, I apologize.
What is the designated day?
As I stated in the orientation, it's Thursday.
Thursday before our board meeting, regular board meeting.
Yes, it is the Thursday
Now,
before the regular board
as
meeting.
far as
Unless there are any issues that would prevent it, but
well, as
usually
far
it's
as
Thursday.
committee meetings, what are we looking for as far as getting I know we got the 48 hours prior to posting. Are we looking at 48 hours to get the information over to board members for committee meetings as well, 48 hours prior to?
I don't think we ever specified
we have not,
a
so
time, but we can definitely incorporate that expectation. So you're saying for individual committees, if there's any documentation that goes with.
So what are you looking at?
I just know that 396 pages was awful lot of information to try to go over. I mean, much of it I had already had in other committees, but if I'm not on those committees, I don't see the information until the morning before a meeting.
So that's a suggestion right there. If you're not on the committee, then, and I thought we had discussed that once before, where you could get the information from the committees. If you're sending, whether you're on a committee or not, you're a committee member by el de facto. But so I'm saying just submit that information so they're brought up to speed from the time of committee meetings, which is typically a week before. So that's another week, I'm guessing, or gives you another couple of days.
Or as always, the minutes are available once Terry, and she usually does them within a couple of days after the meeting. So you can always,
those are
if you
on the board.
don't make.
The minutes to those are on the board packet, though, correct?
Well, once they're approved, they
Right.
are then can be
Once they're approved, but they're not approved until they're on the board agenda. So
When do we post
Like a-
those? Because
After
I see 'em
appro-
with the
After
they're not
approval here,
approved till after
but
approval.
they're on the
But they're
agenda.
still. But what I'm saying
They're
is they're
drafted
available.
minutes.
I'm sorry?
They're drafted minutes, but they are available. You can request them.
And
the
she,
minutes.
well, I don't know I'm not sure she's shaking, Mrs. Gasparo's shaking her head. I'm saying to you that I know for a fact that the minutes are approved by the chairpersons. So if there's, for example, policy meeting, in my case, once they're reviewed the next day or the next day, then you
That's just the minutes. That's not the supporting documentation for
just
it.
the minutes.
Yeah,
Yes.
just a minute.
That's all I'm saying. That's what you guys were talking about, the minutes, correct?
But any board member can request if there were any documents, if it can be sent via.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I think that's the word.
electronically.
If it's conducive for, just say for example, Dr. Williams, if she has a lot of documents, she's still trying to get documents. It's just work in progress all the time with the issues that she deals with every day. And we have a finance committee meeting, and I think she would do her due diligence to get us as what she could prior to that meeting as fast as possible, but it may not be possible to get all the information to us prior to the meeting. I know her predecessor, Bob, used to bring a tree. It's just a tree, what I mean by paperwork in piles to the meeting. And so I don't know the answer. I don't know, looking at everything prior to the meeting, I think that's definitely the best way to go. That's how we should at least look at it. We may not understand everything. That's why we go to the committee meetings and talk about it, and at the committee meetings, we definitely do not vote on anything. It's just recommendations that come out of there. But we still should know as board members as much as we could to even make the recommendations. So, Dr. Williams, and I think it goes for our superintendent of schools too, and your cabinet, to get us as much information as you could prior to our committees meetings.
I think
So are we saying within 48 hours of the meeting? Is that the suggestion?
It might be, sooner. I hate to lock us into a time with the committees, because again, a lot of dynamics occurs. So, and a lot of things are, I don't know, we're posting things too on our board books. I think the public can see that too, right?
No.
Not
what's protected
not
for
the
board
secure.
members. No.
Okay. So we definitely don't want to put draft stuff out there we hadn't talked about and things of that nature. So that's the whole purpose of the committee. We iron things out at the committees, and then supposedly we bring it to the full board, and it's less conversation. So that's still work in progress. But I guess I just hate to stick us to a certain time frame to have things posted for the committee.
Well, I think
Because,
just Mrs. Gasparo and anybody else's, I mean, having sat here, we've been expected, and I don't want anybody to get the misinformation that no one is reading. Again, it's a process, and it is a lot, and it's a commitment to the process in general, because, Terry, I think you sent me last night all these documents. So that's last night, Monday night, and plus the board packet. So this is signatures. I would think, and I've been saying it, and I'm still going to say it again. I think this is information that can it be sent incrementally during the course of the month to at least review. Certainly the signature. I mean, it would be nice to come here and just simply put the signature down, but certainly if there's a change, to highlight where you may have the part I wasn't able to read or the part I've already reviewed. So I certainly can understand it, but it just seems like this is a lot to sign tonight, having had to get it yesterday. Even if you mailed it, it's got to get there. So I understand, and I'm just hoping that, and I know Dr. Edison, for example, used to try to send something, if it was related to, because I don't know how, are you guys changing? You had a personnel meeting, Wednesday? Thursday? Wednesday. So would it be safe to say that whatever happened Wednesday, when you turned around, could you have submitted that documentation, or is there still more work to be done?
Most of the documentation is done. We usually submit it as quickly as we can get it done, but I think on Wednesday most everything was done by Thursday.
Okay, so then Wednesday night, maybe just start sending things as you get them. Maybe people can read them or consume them more, just on a more timely basis, I guess, so you don't have to read all of it, I would imagine.
Let me take a look at how the board book sends those things out, if it's possible, because we start working at the beginning, and we could drop those things on there, and then you could be reading, as you're saying, bits and pieces until the agenda has all come together, and we could still do some minor, and I do say minor, editing as we went through. Does that make sense if we can get that done?
Terry?
Board book has the capability, as you all know, when a board document is posted,
Yeah.
I
And didn't in finance, we talked about the idea of you submit God, your weekly FYIs. Is that another option for it to come in an email state?
Well, I would prefer to pretty much use the FYIs as informational, providing as much information as possible. I believe that if we are kept abreast of what's going on, even if it's summaries or bulleted items, that gives more information. I do understand that documentation can change daily. So for me, I would prefer more to stress more of giving information through the FYI process, which is why it was implemented.
We'll start this and see how it goes and make adjustments as necessary, to the pleasure of the board, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any new business?
We actually did have some new business for this evening. I actually had a discipline report for Mrs. Spence to do, but I've asked her to save that until July. We'll have that tightened up and ready for you, if that's okay.
What type of discipline report?
Just report on our schools for this year and the information that's available. I think I really would like to have more people in the audience as it's being seen. I know you guys would enjoy seeing it, but I really want to make sure that we have an impact with our people here, or at least a few more people here.
And to further that, as we discussed in policy, of course, to document that, I know Mrs. Galbraith was encouraging to get it out. We have the information. We all see it all the time. No one seems to want to believe the statistics. So it's incumbent upon us. You guys agreed to matriculate the information to the mass public. So I don't care if you have to put it in the Monee Monitor or whatever it is, to update people accordingly as to what the status from the district's perspective, not an arbitrary scenario. We need to put that, as Mr. Teray said, in bold print, what's happening around here on a consistent basis. And even when you do it in July, parents aren't here. So I think it should be incumbent upon you guys to follow up in September and give your statistics about where students are coming to school at.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Anderson, second by Mrs. Galbraith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Thank you. We are adjourned to 108.